those received, actually, I would say they were beat, they were beaten, they were thrown out, they were not supported by people in the opposition itself.
Okay, what about the people in NRM? Did they welcome them? Because when you have the majority, you need to have a blessing to good bills, to good proposals brought by other legislators. You see, we need to have change in the way we proceed in Parliament. Where an opposition pushes a bill that has advantage over Ugandans, we should support.
But as the opposition, you're the ones that are not favored by the current laws, electoral laws that we have. So one would expect that it is you to mobilize the colleagues on the NRM side to support you where these may also be favorable to them.
But before even we go to that, what is the role of the Attorney General? You see, we have a constitution, a Supreme Court ruling and decision where court, in the case of Mama Mbabazi versus Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, court gave orders that we must install electoral reforms. Up to now, there is nothing that has been done. I think it is prudent for the Attorney General to play his part. If a full organ of government makes a decision, it must be respected. Before even these people who give minority advices and reports come in, such other steps from other organs must be respected.
You were talking about something. I want us to wind up with this one. You were talking about something to do with the results. When you forwarded the complaints, the Electoral Commission came up and provided a platform. Do you still have complaints as we wind up?
Absolutely.
What complaints again this time?
No, we are yet to give our conclusive report over the general overview of what we have so far observed. That is why we are here. And I'm now an agent of candidate Kasibante. There is a reason as to why we gave in all our time to participate. You see, there are a lot of inconsistencies within this election. When you look at now the BVVT machines, why didn't they work? Is there an express law that gives a mandate to Electoral Commission to suspend them? When you read under the rules given by the minister in the middle of the election, there are no express provisions to suspend such elections. Once a law, in fact this was a subsidiary law that was enacted to initiate this election, and once it is done, then you have breached a law. So we call upon this time round. I know Mr. Byabakama is observing. Me, I'm only agitating him to move in line with the law, because the law is clear on how Electoral Commission business must be manned.
Thank you so much, sir. Let's talk to the religious leaders as well, but we shall have more time because you're here and you're an observer and you're part of the process.
And I'm the official agent.
Thank you so much. Yes, he's the Secretary General of the National Peasants Party, and that is his view of what is happening. He also shares the performance of his candidate with reasons. He explains why their candidate is performing in that particular way. If we are to share how that candidate is performing, according to the last update, candidate Kasibante so far has 28,080 votes, which is 0.30% out of the 9 million votes that so far the Electoral Commission has tallied in the presidential election. That is the Secretary General of candidate Kasibante's political party. Now, the observers here are of different categories. We also have religious leaders. I have the Deputy Mufti. He's going to tell us his name, and we shall have the discussion. You're most welcome, sir.
Thank you,
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, viewers and listeners.
Your name, sir?
I am Sheikh Waiswa Muhammad Ali, the Deputy Mufti of Uganda.
Okay. What would you make of the whole electoral process from when we started the campaigns till where we are, that we wait today for the final declaration?
Indeed, we thank the Almighty God for the appropriate preparations that were made, and the safety of the process since its beginning to date. we have been seeing everything being done in order as it was expected before.
Okay. As religious leaders, what would be the expectation, or what would be your role in such a process? And this time round 2026, do you think you have played it, that part that you have to play as religious leaders?
Indeed, our role has been to render necessary support for guidance, and also to mediate between the community and the players, the political players, and the Electoral Commission and other parties over issues of concern. We have been able to visit the community entirely in the whole country, and we got to know their needs and concerns. So we have been providing these to the concerned parties, be it the Electoral Commission or the individual political parties, and also the government. So this has helped quite a lot to calm down a number of concerns of the public, and also to reinforce the peace that has been witnessed throughout the exercise.
Wow. There have been worries of the young people erupting into chaos and doing whatever. In fact, njagala tukikyuse tujizze mu Luganda ku nsonga eno. Ensonga y'abavubuka okubakkakkanya bagoberera ensonga zino mu bukkakkamu. Sheko gyogirako ki?
Yes, abavubuka kituufu balina bingi ebibatawaanya, balina bingi ebibakwatako, naye nga okuyigirizibwa ku biki bye bateekwa okusuubira mu prosesi eno bibadde nga tebyakolebwa bulungi. Kwegamba nga tebamanyi kiki kyennyini ekituufu ekigenda mu maaso, wabula nga bawuliriza sometime bye bawuliriza nga biri si bya mulamwa, naye ng'ate bibajja ku kituufu. N'olwekyo ne babuzaabuzibwa mu mbeera ezifaanana bwe zityo. Tugezezzaako kinene era nga tuyita mu bavubuka bannaabwe okulaba nti tubamanyisa ebisuubirwa ebituufu mu prosesi eno, n'okubeera nga bateekwa okubeera n'enneeyisa entuufu mu ngeri gye bakwatamu ebintu byabwe, n'obutabeera na buvuyo bwe beetabamu, kubanga obulamu bwabwe y'ensibuko ya buli kimu. Enkyukakyuka zonna zirina kujja mu mirembe, ate ezo zonna ezijja mu ngeri embi era zivaawo mu ngeri mbi. N'olwekyo ne tubakuutira okubeera nga bakwata ebintu empola, ate n'okubeera nga tebabuzaabuzibwa.
John n'omukulembeze gwe nayogeddeko naye era nga bwe twogera wano n'agamba nti abavubuka bagenda mu bujagalalo biki ne mugamba nti okusinziira ku bituwulira nga bwe tulaba ebigenda mu maaso, abavubuka balowooza nti balina ensonga ezitakwatiddwa bulungi. Mmwe abakulembeze bo ye gwe nabadde njogera naye ne mugamba nti balina ensonga z'abavubuka oluusi abavubuka ze balaba ng'eziba zitakwatiddwa bulungi. Bubaka ki bw'oyinza okuwa abakulembeze ku nsonga eno nti olumu oba oli awo bebalagajjalira ensonga z'abantu, abantu ne bakemebwa okugenda mu mbeera ezitaali badde ntuufu? Bubaka ki bw'olina kuba tulina abapya kati abagenda okuyingira betulonze?
Naye kwegamba abantu tulina okukitegeera nti tewali kiseera kyonna gye watagenda kubeera bwetaavu oba okubeera nga ensonga ezikwata ku bantu zonna zikwatibwako. Ate tewali kiseera ky'oyinza kugamba nti byonna bikoleddwa oba bituukiriziddwa. Oli takulimba nti ne bwali baani oba ali baani, oba ne bwe tugenda mu mawanga agaakulaakulana edda, up to now waliyo ebintu ebikwata ku ki, ku bavubuka, ku bantu bonna, obwetaavu obutatuukiddwako. N'olwekyo oli takulimba nti wagenda okubeerayo omulembe ogumalayo byonna. n'olwekyo ffe mu mbeera eyo era twakolako ne conference y'aba youth bonna nationally ku Uganda Muslim Supreme Council okuba empoweringa okubawa amaanyi mu ngeri ki y'okutegeera ebintu mu perspective entuufu n'okulaba nti babeera bakkakkamu mu kunoonya ebyo ebitatuukiridde okubeera nti bikolebwako n'okutwala obulamu bwabwe ng'ekikulu kubanga obulamu tebudda ate ne bwebuba weebuli nga naye bukututte mu kkomera nakyo oba tolina kyobufunyeemu oyinza obulamu bwo bwonna okumalira mu kkomera mu ngeri etabadde entuufu.
olwo abakulembeze balagajjalire abantu ebintu ebibeetaaga oba oliawo eriyo ebisoboka nga tebabifaako.
Abakulembeze tubasaba okubeera nti bakola ekisoboka okulaba nti embeera ezikwatagana ku bantu naddala abavubuka baziteekako essira ate n'okumanyisa ebibalemye okutuukiriza n'ensonga lwaki bibalemeredde kubanga ekituufu kiri nti tebasobola kubimalayo byonna ate era ebimu bituukibwako mu kiseera ekitono ekyokumpi ate ebirala birina kutuukibwako mu kiseera ekyewala nga bikolereddwa ekituufu naye tuve ku byobufuzi obw'okulimba nti ebintu biyinza okukolebwa mu lunaku olumu byonna tekisoboka n'olwekyo tulina okubeera transparent kwegamba abeerufu mu kulaba nti twogera ku nsonga zonna nga bwe ziteekeddwa okubeera n'okunnyonnyola abantu ekituufu.
Tutolere ku salaamu tuveewo.
Assalaamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuhu. Tubaagaliza mwenna emirembe n'obutebenkevu mu ggwanga era tusaba Omukama Katonda ensonga eno eggwe bulungi ate etuwe essanyu.
Amiina ya Rabbi.
Weebale nnyo ssebo.
Sheikh Waiswa, Deputy Mufti wa Uganda. Obubaka bwabadde nabo eri abavubuka okubeera bakkakkamu wadde nga tulina obwetaavu bwe twetaaga bukolebweko naye ate n'abakulembeze ekisooka ebintu by'abantu ebisoboka mu biteekeko omulaka bisobole okukolebwa baleme kukemebwa kweyisa mu mbeera etali ntuufu naye ate era temusuubiza bye mutaasobole ogenda kuba ne office emyaka 5 Sheikh agamba nti naye ate osuubiza ebintu ebiyinza okukolebwa myaka 4 kakati abantu batuuka obbikubanja mu butuufu nga tosobola bwe tutyo bwe kyatambula so nga bwe nagambye tusuubira Electoral Commission katuddeyo eri emmeeza enkulu webale nnyo okubeera nga otulaba. We are still coming live to you from the National Tally Center here at Lubowa, Machinde Sabagabo. We are still waiting for the Electoral Commission with its head, Justice Simon Wiabakama, to give us another update as they promised last night. We thank you so much for watching. We'll still talk to more leaders as we continue and other observers and other stakeholders as they will be coming in here to get their view of what is happening and different messages that they have to the public. Let's get back to you later, back to Broadcast House.
cultural center of Kampala district since we camped here on Thursday night. Ruhindi won with 18,535 votes. Then his major contender from the National Unity Platform, who is currently at 15,186 votes. The DF candidate garnered 30,020, sorry, 3,020. Living here because the returning officer of Kampala
We'll be starting shortly. We request the guests who are still outside and those in the tent, the service tends to
these are both candidates from the National Unity Platform. They were declared winners in the parliamentary seats in Kampala. So this implies that the four candidates who have been declared so far in Kampala, the NRM and the National Unity Platform are showing the result so far. Slot. Then has also secured 2 slots, that is Frederick Rumindi and Hajat Misa Kawanda. So Beka Kawaya won with around 30,589 votes. Then followed by Katongole Singh.
let us be upstanding and receive the commission. That is the commission, the electoral commission, led by the chairperson, Justice Byabakama Mugenyi Simon, and the deputy chairperson, Hajat Aisha Rubega, and the members of the commission. When we get to the platform, we'll remain upstanding and we'll start by singing the national anthem and the East African anthem, all the stanzas. The national anthem, please. while standing, I would like to invite Sheikh Ali Waiswa, the Deputy Mufti of Uganda and member of board of the Interreligious Council of Uganda, to come up front here and lead us in a prayer to commit today in the hands and guidance of the Almighty. Sheikh Ali Waiswa, the Deputy Mufti and member of the board of the Interreligious Council of Uganda. You're welcome, sir.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. I seek refuge in the Almighty Allah from the cursed devil. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. In the name of the Almighty Allah, the Compassionate, the Merciful. The reading from the Holy Quran, the opening chapter of the Quran, which the Prophet taught us is the best prayer. All praise is due to Allah, Lord of the worlds, the entirely merciful, the especially merciful, sovereign of the day of recompense. It is you we worship, and you we ask for help. Guide us to the straight path, the path of those upon you have bestowed favors, not of those have evoked your anger or those who are astray. Almighty God of all nations, the source of human family, we give you thanks, Lord, for the freedom we exercise and the blessings of democracy we enjoy. We pray for the divine guidance to preserve and promote unity in diversity in our beloved nation. Guide our leaders and the citizens to act with wisdom, justice, and compassion. May the prevailing peace continue always and always. Give healing to the affected. Give healing to the affected and enable us to achieve the common good as a society in the period as we transit and to a new government. Almighty God, we pray that the new officials to begin service serve with dignity, tranquility, and honesty, regardless of the election outcomes, and for affected by changes to find grace, and for all the citizens to foster love, care for one another in the evolving political landscape. In your mighty name we pray.
You may take your seats. Thank you very much, Sheikh Ali Waiswa, for committing today in the hands of the Almighty. The chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Justice Byabakama Mugen Simon, the deputy chairperson, Hajat Aisha Rubega, Commissioner Stephen Tashovia, Commissioner Peter Emahut, Commissioner Caroline Binamario, Commissioner Dr. Simba Kayunga Sali, Commissioner Anthony Okero, Mr. Richard Kamushababo, the Acting Secretary, agents of presidential candidates here, representatives of political parties, heads of observer missions that are present, both local and international, members of the diplomatic corps, representatives of civil society organizations, and those of government agencies, heads of clergy, media, members of staff of the Electoral Commission. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to the EC grounds, Electoral Commission grounds here in Reza, which is the venue of the National Study Center for presidential elections of 2026. I take this opportunity now to invite the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Justice Byabakama Mugenyi Simon, to constitute us and lead us. Thank you very much, Lord Chair.
Thank you very much, Julius. Our distinguished guests in your respective capacities, good morning and welcome to the National Tally Center once again, where the Commission has the pleasure to update you and the fellow countrymen who are watching us on the various TV mediums. Today or this morning, would like to release further provisional results of the presidential elections as we stand at this hour. The total number of registered voters remain 21,649,067. The total number of polling stations are 50,739. As we talk now, the total number of police stations from which we have obtained the results are 47,499, representing 93.61% of the total number of polling stations across the country. The performance per candidate is as follows. Bulira Frank Kabinga, 44,328, representing 0.42% of the valid votes cast for the candidates. Kasvante Robert, 32,224, representing 0.30% of the valid votes cast. Kyagulanyi Sentam Robert, 2,601,150. Mabirizi Joseph, 22,274, representing 0.21%. Sorry, in the case of Kyagulanyi, I beg your pardon, that tally represents 24.46%. 24.46% for Kyagulanyi, who has 2,601,150. Mugisha Gregory Muntu Oyera, 57,019, that is 57,019, representing 0.454 of the valid votes cast. Munyagwa Mubarak Serunga, 30,509 votes, representing 0.29% of the valid votes cast. Nandala Mafabi James Nathan, 202,802, representing 1.91% of the valid votes cast for the candidates. Yoweri Haburwa Kaguta Museveni, 7,643,778 votes, representing 71.88% of the valid votes cast. The valid votes in total for all the candidates are 10,634,084. Invalid votes, 264,015, 264,015, representing 2.42% of the total votes cast. The total votes altogether, 10,898,099, representing 50.34% of registered voters. Spoiled votes, 38,223. This is the current update, and as we have been doing, I'm going to ask our technical people to relay the breakdown of the summary I've been reading on our screens for the benefit of our participants, so that you analyze and appreciate where the results I've been reading have been tabulated from or have come from. I also wish to inform our distinguished guests that the next update will be at 2 p.m. The next update or release of the provisional results or results will be at 2 p.m. I thank you. You are welcome. Keep around, look at the statistics, analyze them, and you can have a cup of coffee if you want. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And breakfast is still being served in the service tents outside. This breakfast has been prepared for you by the Commission. Please partake of it. it is your breakfast. You're welcome once again to the Electoral Commission grounds here at Rubowa in Makindye Sabagabo. This is the home. This is going to be the permanent home of the Electoral Commission, first permanent home of the Electoral Commission, once the constructions that are planned have been set up. So you are welcome to the EC home. You are welcome to your home, because it is your Electoral Commission. Thank you very much, and help yourselves to breakfast, and see you at 2 p.m.
Kama, the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, has just given us an update of the provisional results on how and when they do come in. Of course, we may be waiting for the last update. That is at about 2 p.m. as he has mentioned, given the fact that we have so far covered 47,499 polling stations, making a total of 93.61% of the 50,739 polling stations. So for those who are watching us live, you can just get a pen on your table, get a paper, do some calculation. 50,739, when you do subtract about 47,499, you realize that we have less than 10,000 polling stations left to probably get us the winner. Who will take it away? That is something we are yet to find out when the final verdict does come out from the chairperson himself and the entire commission. Of course, the race being between the NRM candidate Yoweri Kaguta Museveni and the NUP candidate, that is Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu, who has about 2,601,150, making a total of 24.46%, and the candidate of NRM Yoweri Kaguta Museveni having about 7,643,778, making it 71.88. Now, for those who can still get a calculator, it is very important for you to as well do your own chemistry in there and mathematics to find out who will take it away. But still, that is something we cannot confirm yet till when the justice himself, Abiawakama, comes back with the entire commission to give us the last update. And of course, the valid votes gotten so far are 10,634,084. Those are the valid votes, and the invalid being in there with 264,025. The question is, if we do have a number of registered voters being 21.6 million voters, where are the rest? Where did we have the low voter turn-up? These are things that Ugandans must be asking themselves, but there are very many reasons that Ugandans need to know, not forgetting that yesterday, but one and yesterday, those were public holidays. So you might think that very many Ugandans decided to probably stay in the comfort of their homes as they wait to see what will happen. But those who took it as a constitutional mandate to get out and vote did the right thing. Remember, every vote counts now. Whoever member of parliament, whoever president-elect will be announced by the Electoral Commission, those are people that Ugandans will have to look up to for the next 5 years. A number of manifestos have been read out and given out to the public. If you made the wrong choice, do not blame anybody, because you had the right to choose the right candidate to go and represent you either in parliament, but also when it comes to that heavy seat of the president-elect. But we wait to see. Right now, we still have a number of observers. We do have agents from the different political parties, the CPP, NPP, NUP, NRM, and FDC, and also Ant, all those are highly and well represented here at the National Tally Center, where we do expect the final results to be given at about 2 p.m. Kakati omulungi alaba UBC Nesta TV njagala okutegeeza nti omulamuzi Simon Byabakama mugenyi amaze okubanga ate atubuulira byebadde bakafunawo ebitali byankomeredde buddakiika nga 5 mabega atubuulidde nti omukulu bakafuna obululu kwa polling station oba ebifo ebironderwamu 1400 emitwalo 4 mu 7 mu 499 nga bikola ebitundu 9 mu 3 n'obutundu 16 ku buli 100 ate bwe tugenda ku mukulu Bulira Frank asobodde okubanga afuna obululu mu budde buno emitwalo 4,400 mu 328 nga bwe butundu 4 mu 2. Kasibanto Robert akafuna obululu emitwalo 3 mu 2022 mu 24. Robert Chagulanyi Sentamu yakafuna obululu obukadde 2 mu emitwalo 6 mu 10 mu 10 mu 5 ng'akola ebitundu 24 n'obutundu 46 ku buli 100 ate omukulu Mabirizi Joseph nabanga yakafuna emitwalo 2 mu 12,274 obululu nga yakafunawo ebitundu awo akatundutundu kamu ku buli 100 ate Gwegwere Mugisha Muntu wa Ant nabanga yakafuna emitwalo 5 mu 7 mu 19 nabanga naye yakafuna obutundutundu 5 mbona ku buli 100. Munyagwa yakafuna obululu emitwalo 3 mu 5 mu 9 nabanga yakafuna obutundutundu 2 mu 9 ate omukulu Amafaabi nabanga naye yakafuna obululu emitwalo 2 mu 12,800 mu 2 nga ke katundu kamu n'obutundu 9 mu kamu ku buli 100 ate ye candidate owa NRM Yoweri Kaguta Museveni nabanga wetwogera ayingi obululu emitwalo obukadde 7 mu emitwalo 64 mu 13,707 mu 8 nga ebitundu 7 mu 1 n'obutundu 8 mu 8 ku buli 100. Ndine honorable minister w'abavubuka omukulu honorable Balaam Balugahare alina ensonga gy'ategeezezza twagatuulire kiki kyagamba okusinziira ku ebyo ebisomeddwa. Honorable
ndi mpulira ennaku kubanga twakola nnyo nga manyi tujja kufuna obululu milioni 13 tubadde wona bwe tutambula nga tugamba 13 million votes naye kyembi tukyali tetunaweza milioni 8 sensuubira nti oba electoral commission erina obululu bwaffe bwetabala kisimanyi
naye omukulu agambye akoma ku 8
anti kati nze mbadde nsuubira nti bayinaawo twandibadde tuli kubanga tuli mu 94% okusinziira byayakalangirira so tusigazayo ebitundu 6 naye nina okunyolwa nti performance yaffe eri below average tetunafuna obululu bwe twali twagala twali tunoonya obululu emiliyoni 13 oba miliyoni 11 nene miliyoni 10 tetunaziweza so nkyensuubira nti candidate waffe munyiivu alaba tetuna kye twakoze so nsaba candidate President Museveni otusonyiwe obutakufunira bululu bungi kubanga wadde oyagala miliyoni 12 kusinzira amaanyi ge wateekamu naffe ge twateekamu
ne vota tanawo tono ebondoozo ogiraba okusinzira ku bukadde 21 n'obutundutundu obugwamu awo n'abaakafunibwawo obudde buno
nti abalonzi tebamanyi mugaso gw'okuba akalulu kubanga projection ya NRM yali enoonya obukadde 13 naye kati tulina obukadde 7 n'emitwalo 6 nsuubira tetunaweza na miliyoni 8 ate tusigaza 4% sekitegeeza tuyinza obutaweza obukadde 8 so tukoze bubi tetukoze bulungi tukoze bubi nnyo era candidate kyemanyi munyiivu naye kati nga omukuba campaign abe nsaba candidate atusonyiwe abantu batukoze bubi kubanga tebazengayo twabadde tubasuubira twabadde tusuubira obululu mungi naye njagala kuyozayoza abo abawangudde n'okugumya abo be batanalangirira nti tulina obudde paka ssaawa 11 okulangirira ebivudde mu kulonda mu bitundu by'eggwanga byonna akakiiko k'ebyokulonda kusinziira ku mateeka bakawa ssaawa 48 so nsaba bannayuganda buli omu abeere mu maka ge ekirangiro tusigazaayo 4 kati Bobi Wine ayinza otusingira mu 4% mu 4%
kyetulinza okulaba honorable
tasobola tusinga mu 4% kati kyogamba 4% of polling station zisobola omukolera obukadde obusatu n'atujjayo waggulu kuba olaba ali mu 25 tuli mu 7
ensonga za kibalo honorable anything can happen
tewali kibalo kya 4% polling stations za 4% esobola okumuleetera otuwangula. So me what I think wetubanga tugudde tujja kugwa mu 69 etunze projection insobola nga bwe mbadde mbagamba 68 to 70 is not bad, but candidate was expecting 80%. Yeah, it is really unfortunate. We apologize, Your Excellency, Mr. President, for not scoring and not getting enough votes as we had promised, because I knew we would get you about 13 million or 12 million votes or 11 million votes, but we are yet to make 10 million. So we apologize to Your Excellency for not delivering the 10 million we promised, and we are yet to make 8 million, but at least the person following us is yet to clock 3 million. Has he clocked 3 million?
Thank you so much, Honorable.
Double the person following us.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. He does allege that as they do their own counting, probably he has, or they think they are supposed to get to a certain percentage, but that is in their own books. But of course, for us here, we are following the information that has been and is still to be given by the Electoral Commission, Chairperson Justice Simon Byakama, together with the entire commission. So apparently, we shall be getting back to the broadcast house for further proceedings, but of course keeping a tab right here to see how things will be unfolding at a later time. I'm going to be interviewing one of the agents here from a given political party. He will be introducing himself. He will be telling us what he thinks, what has he observed so far, what are his fears, that is if he has any. Oweekitiibwa, how are you, your names, and from which political party?
Yeah, my name is Agaba Nelson from the Alliance for National Transformation Party, the official agent of candidate Mugisha Gregory Muntu Oyera. We have just received the update from the Electoral Commission, and of course, even as of yesterday, it has been candidate Museveni in the lead. But the most concern is not about what they read here. We need to look at the process to which they come up, because an election is a process. So I can start making analysis from the day of polling. And when you look at prior, before the polling day, Electoral Commission for months and days, they had given us confidence, reassurance of how they had got a medication for any possible vote rigging by introducing the BVVK machines that would read our fingerprints, that would read our faces or iris.
But EC
that wasn't followed.
But EC said that shouldn't be an issue as long as you have the voter allocation slip, you appear on the National Voter Register, you have a right, you have a national ID, you can go ahead and vote.
Yeah, but in the first place, the assurance they gave us before when they introduced the BVVK machines, that shows that they had diagnosed the problem. They were not sugarcoating a cake. There was a problem that they were trying to address. So the question is, was that problem addressed? That's very key. So, two, when you give assurance to the country that you are going to do ABCD as the commission, even on the last observation briefing by the Electoral Commission, they gave that assurance. And the following morning, there are different orders. Machines are not working. That's taxpayers' money in the first place. But also, Electoral Commission and voting is about confidence to the citizens. So when the confidence hangs in balance, then many questions arise.
So do you have voters who were refused to vote simply because the machines were not working? Is that your issue?
I think majorly it's not about that, because people voted. They came and voted. But the question is, why? Because we need to be critical here as the nation. The number one thing, if you go to the hospital and you diagnose malaria, and you're suffering from malaria, and they say we have got a new cure, which is going to be applied strictly to cure any possible illness in terms of the malaria. So the question is, when the time for medication comes and it is not given, and they say go back to the old dose that you had, questions arise. So there is that issue of the especially with the polling, which gives the outcome of the results we have.
So you're not you don't agree with what has been given out by the EC, because I'm saying your candidate Mugisha Muntu has about 57,019 votes so far that has been gathered, making it 0.54%. What is your next move?
Yeah, one, we are getting the results and also further gathering evidence, and at an appropriate time we will, after analyzing the evidence that we will have on table, we'll give a public briefing on the course of action of what possible has to be made. You cannot make a course of action without making proper analysis. We are a party that is designed on values, that is designed on principles that have to give confidence to the nation, and so we cannot just make you first cross the bridge and then take a decision.
My last question, the Electoral Commission did put the laptops here for you as agents for the given political parties. You have looked into the system, into the graphs and the graphics in there. As and when votes are being input there, do you agree with what is in the system?
Fast forward, I raised an issue yesterday evening. That portal, one, is not user-friendly. Number two, there are some polling stations, polling stations that are given in summary, where my president votes from. When you check that portal, you will not find the breakdown of the Ruashamiri Town Council as other polling stations. For example, if it is Ruashamiri Town Council, how many polling stations are there? And the breakdown of the voting pattern on each and every polling station. Here it is not shown. I raised this yesterday with the Electoral Commission. They advised me to reach the technical head of the technical team, which I did, but by this morning it has not been rectified. So that shows if I have discovered one, how about if I was given more time to critically analyze that system?
Okay. Thank you so
much. Which really creates some little major dissatisfaction of how that portal works. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, you do still hear allegations that are being said out by some of these agencies. He is representing the Alliance for National Transformation. This could be an indicator that it is not yet over, because if agents still have issues, where does this lie? How will this unfold? How will this end? These are things that we shall be understanding at a later time, as we still wait for the final verdict at about 2 p.m. But if you've been following some of these proceedings, the EC chairperson did say that if anyone has any issue, the courts of law are open. So the only way anyone can really go and try to testify or bring out any issue, they are ready to go and tussle it out with the courts of law. That is in case they do have all the evidence that they need to ensure that they make their points valid. But that is something we cannot rule out. So we wait to see. For now, I will be returning back to the broadcast house for further programming.
of the household that the security forces were breaking into the house. After that, their numbers went off. Nobody has been allowed to access the home, so we don't know if he's hurt. We don't know if he's in jail. We don't know if he has been taken away. We have seen a statement from police this morning denying, but we want to challenge the media to ask them why they cannot allow them to access the residence and speak to him and establish the state in which he is. But because they know they are up to mischief, they want to do it in darkness. They know they switched off internet. They have denied him access to media. They have denied media access to his home. They have denied the leadership of the party access to his home. And whatever they are doing is clearly outside the law, because his home is not a gazetted detention facility. He has not committed any crime. The only crime he has committed maybe is running against Museveni. But we challenge them, if they are speaking the truth, to allow the members of public, the leadership of the party, the media to access his home and establish the facts as they obtain.
Finally, you've made very strong assertions. What is the way forward for the National Unity Platform plus your presidential candidate?
This is not a matter of National Unity Platform. It's a matter of the citizens of Uganda. It is their right to choose leaders. Now, if you take away their right, they have very many options under the laws of Uganda, and particularly we have been encouraging them to take advantage of the provisions of Article 29 of the Constitution to lawfully and peacefully protest against any attempts by the Electoral Commission to subvert their will. And we believe that they will exercise that right to assert their wishes on how they want to be governed.
Thank you very much, Benjamin. We appreciate your time this morning. You have heard it from the National Unity Platform, the Treasury General himself, Benjamin Katana, informing us of what has happened, that the DR forms they have vis-a-vis the results they are seeing, there is something that is differing between the two. But also he has gone ahead to make assertions on what is happening with Honorable Robert Sentamu Chagulanyi, and he says as late as last night, his house was broken into, and that's the last communication. The police has also made a statement claiming they do not know anything about it. That is developing story that we need to keep our eye on to see exactly what has happened. But from us to you, we'll keep you bringing the updates to you, but also interviewing more people. We hand you over to the broadcast house.
Kumakech, Azi Anyilaka, Anyenga Tuya, Oai Maber.
Member of the Pan-African Scholars and a member of Umoja Kada Task Force for His Excellency your President Yoweri Museveni Kaguta. And join me in welcoming Professor Edward Kumakech. Good morning, Professor, and you're most welcome to West Nile TV.
Good morning, Moderator Yusuf. Good morning, viewers of West Nile TV and Northern Uganda. I am Professor Edward Kumakech. Azi Anyilaka, Anyenga Tuya, Oai Maber, Afoyo, Nibedu T Station Maeni Tineni. As introduced, I am Professor Edward Kumakech. Locally, among my peers, they call me Tajiri.
Tajiri.
Yes, Tajiri, not the very rich Tajiri with money, but perhaps
we
the
pray for the blessings
with the
well.
ideas, with views
Exactly.
and ideas.
Exactly.
Okay, it is an honor
Yeah.
and a privilege to be before you today here, wearing many hats, as introduced by the moderator Yusuf. I'm wearing the hat of being a professor, a scholar in a public university in Uganda, at Lira University. I am also wearing the hat of being the chairperson of the Lira University Academic Staff Association. I'm wearing the hat of being the national president of the Association of Graduate Nurses and Midwives of Uganda, which is a professional body.
Yes.
I am also a member of the Pan-African Scholars, and above all, I am a member of the Umoja Task Force for His Excellency President Museveni. However, I am here also as an indigenous sign of the soil. I come from West Nile, where I speak a Lulu language, but my mother is from Madi, Moyo Ajumani, so I can also speak Madi.
A true definition of a West Nile.
I studied from Arua, so I can speak a bit of Lugbara. So I'm a true definition of a West Nile and a Northern Uganda. Thank you so much.
All right. Now, let's get to our discussion, the role of citizens before, during, and after the electoral process. Take us through this, maybe probably the introductory part of all this discussion before we get into the nitty-gritties of what entails, what the woman, what women are supposed to do, the youths are supposed to do, the various leaders are supposed to do, and take us through this.
Thank you so much, Moderator Yusuf. The theme for our talk show today is the role of citizens before, during, and after the electoral process. And the objective of this talk show is to raise awareness of citizens about their role, their constitutional duties, rights, during, before, and after the electoral process.
Okay.
The other objective is also to promote peaceful, informed, and responsible engagement in the democratic process. You know, Yusuf,
yes,
elections sometimes can be associated with a lot of lies, false allegations, malice, blackmail.
Yes.
And how do we ensure citizens are aware that some of this information may not be true? From the same sector I come from.
Are we voting for identity? Is it
or we are voting for a national interest?
National interest, yes.
So another objective is also to look at, as we are voting, how are we, what is the progress that has been made in our area? What are the progress that have been made, the developments that are in place? And I want to give some examples of things that are in place in northern Uganda, especially West Nile.
Okay.
And first of all is, we are all witnesses to the expansion of cities and districts that we have seen that has occurred over time.
Yes.
We have Arua City that has been created in West Nile here. We have Lira City, we have Gulu City. These are cities within our region. And in addition to the cities, we have also witnessed larger districts broken out into smaller districts.
Yes.
For example, the Greater Moyo district is broken into Ajumani, Obonyi, and
the Moyo, it's the remnant Moyo.
Arua is broken up to almost 6 other districts.
Yes.
If you come to Nebi, it's broken out into 3 districts. We have Zombo, Pakwach, and Nebi. The same happened in Lango, the same happened in Acholi, the same happened in Karamoja.
Even still with more demands for creation of more of such entities.
And when we see this creation of districts, what does it mean? It means more jobs are created for us. Almost every district comes with 400 jobs. Now in northern Uganda, by creating new districts and new cities, we have close to 30 new districts and 3 cities. And this has created to us almost 2,000 jobs. So this is where we are coming from, as far as election is concerned.
Yes.
The other area where we are coming from is the area of infrastructural development. We have all witnessed the construction of roads, tarmacking of roads. Long ago in the early 90s, if you are to travel from Arua to Kampala, it takes a week.
True.
A whole week you're on the road. But they have tarmacked the road from Kampala up to Arua, within Acholi sub-region, within Lango, roads have been tarmacked. And what does this tarmacking mean? It means the region has been integrated. We can now access Kampala, we can access other regions of the nation, we can do trade, we can access services. These are the areas that we are coming from, and we need to reflect about as we vote.
Yes.
Yusuf, and the other thing is the liberalization of the education sector. You know, there used to be only government schools.
True.
You have to go to Umbachi, you have to go to St. Joseph, all these government schools. But what has happened? The education sector has been opened up, private schools have come up, and some of them are even performing much better
than the government schools or the traditional schools, yes.
And this has improved access to education and employment for teachers. And we are now able to generate the kind of students that we need, the kind of knowledge that we need. Another area we are in currently before we vote is the area of expansion of universities. Makerere used to be the only university. Even up to now, among some of our parents, if you said, you are going to Makerere of Arua, are you going to Makerere of Lira? Because that was the only university.
Exactly.
But today we are talking of over 20 universities.
Including both the government and the private.
Including the government and private.
Okay.
Now we have Muni University here. Our children, our relatives can access education locally. And we have Lira University. We have Gulu University. Karamoja University is also coming up. The new university is already set up to start. This expansion of regional universities has increased access to university education. Now, many people have degrees. It is easy to get enrolled and access degree. And these are the things we have to reflect on as we vote. The other thing we need to think about is the community health system. You know, there used to be very big hospitals. Arua Hospital, then you go to Nebi Hospital, Kiriadongo, Lira. But over the years, we have seen changes. They have brought health facilities into the community. They may look small, but they are useful.
Yes.
We now have the village health teams. These are lay people distributing health information and health education in every village. We have health center 2s at parish level. We have health center 3s at sub-county level. We have health center 4s at constituency level.
Yes.
And even some hospitals like Arua have been upgraded into regional referral hospitals. What does this mean to us voters? We have to think services have been brought closer to us. Instead of traveling to Mulago Hospital,
we can now travel locally and
here,
access health services
and
locally.
access health services from Arua, from Lira, from Gulu.
And probably even Yumbe has now
yes, actually,
a very big hospital.
Yumbe is a regional referral hospital. And imagine in our region, West Nile, we have 2 regional referral hospitals. Arua Regional Referral Hospital and Gulu.
And Yumbe.
And Yumbe. And this not only brings services, but also employment for health workers, and reducing cost of accessing health services, reducing cost of treatment.
Yes.
To me, this is some of the things we need to reflect on as we vote.
Yes.
The other area that I need to talk about is the issue of liberalization of the health training market. You know, long ago, if you want to train to become a doctor, you want to train to become a nurse or midwife, or somebody working in the hospital, the only place is Makerere at Molago. Paramedical schools. But now, the market has been open. Even you, if you want,
yes,
you can open a nursing training school.
Okay, okay.
As I was coming for this talk show, somebody told me there is a nurses and midwife training school at Moyo.
At Moyo.
It means people who want to become nurses and midwives, they can now train from Moyo. They don't have to travel all the way to Lira, all the way to Malago. So, even within Arua here, maybe they have open training schools. This market has been open, and people are accessing education. Another thing I want to talk about is the private hospitals that have come up.
Yes.
In addition to government, we are at a time where many private facilities have been opened up. You go to every parish, you'll find either a drug shop, a clinic, a private medical center. They're operating and they're providing services. These services have been brought closer to us, and they are reflect on as we think of voting. The other thing is, especially for this region,
Chankore, it was peaceful.
Well, His Grace, when you look at the situation to do with elections, there is always a happier party and there is always one that is left with sadness, especially if they do not make it in regards to either parliament or on the presidential ticket. What would
settlement camps?
If you come to the big one, Bidi Bidi, is in Madiokolo. Ivepi. This refugee settlement is hospitality that we are showing to other countries, but they come with other benefits. We have seen a lot of job opportunities created in humanitarian agencies that come to work with refugees. We have seen many of our people employed to work in the camps.
Back then, when there were no refugee camps, there used to be water scarcity.
Yes.
But now you get a lot of boreholes, you know, host communities benefiting.
Yes,
you're right.
Both the host community and the refugees benefit. And the other thing is, people have market. People are now selling their plots of land around the refugee settlement area. The humanitarian agencies are opening up roads. They are building health schools. They are building health facilities. All benefit both the refugees and the
host communities.
So we need to reflect on this as we vote. Lastly, I want to talk about the peace and security. There has been sustained internal and border peace and security. Gone are days where there are so many checkpoints, and at every checkpoint, they'll ask you, produce your graduated tax ticket, produce your national identity card. And if you speak Swahili, they will say, where did you learn this from? Are you a rebel? So tortures at border points are no more. You can travel throughout the night. When I was coming here for this talk show, I was from Kampala, and we boarded at 10 p.m. in the night, and we arrived in the morning. Free movement across the country at any time without torture of the travelers. Even at the border points, I come from a district, Zombo. We cross into DRC Congo without torture. I'm sure people here can cross to South Sudan to do business.
Exactly.
So there is this internal security and peace at the border that we need to cherish as we think about who to vote and who not to vote. So those are the foundation we are coming from, and I'm now happy to listen to any questions that you have for me.
Okay.
Yes.
Probably just thank you very much for this brief background that you've given us, an oversight of, an overview of how far we have been, you know, where we were, where we are, and where we are going. I think that sets the pace for our discussion this morning. Do you think there are certain things that, well, a lot has been achieved, but do you think there are some gaps that need to be fully nailed so that it can be achieved 100% within the next available period of time?
Yes, thank you so much for that question. And one thing I want us to understand is that election is a process. And as citizens, We have responsibility before election. We have responsibilities during election. We have responsibilities after the election.
Elections. Okay, now that brings me to the question of the responsibility of the citizen. What does it truly mean to be a responsible citizen in democracy?
Thank you so much. I want to say voting is just the beginning.
Okay.
It's the starting process of a democratic process. If you're a citizen, one, you should vote. But in addition to voting, we should know that your responsibility go beyond voting. You should engage with these elected leaders. You must participate in community service. You must raise issues that are not going well. If a leader promises that, you know, this area is going to be converted into a district or into a sub-county or into a town council during the electoral process, it is your duty to see into that this leader is fulfills the promise after the election.
Yes.
And before the election, make sure your name is in the voters register. Verify your name is there. Know where your polling station is. If your name is not in the voters register, definitely you're not going to vote. Make sure you have the voters card. And then access information about the role of leaders, like this kind of civic education.
Exactly.
What is my role?
Probably,
what am I supposed
maybe when
to do?
we will be ending, I want you to be able to put this in the 2 local languages that you understand.
Yes.
Because this is very key.
Yes.
Please proceed.
Yes. And then listen to campaigns. Listen to the issues they are raising, the manifestos that they are putting forward. Are they based on facts? Are they realistic? Are they things that are attainable? Look at the things the candidates are saying.
Yes.
I hear there are candidates who have no manifesto.
Exactly.
What are you standing for if you have no manifesto?
Their opponents become the manifesto.
The opponent becomes the manifesto. All they talk about is the opponent has stolen this, the opponent has the
opponent must be removed.
Corrupt, the opponent is this and that. But what is your manifesto? So it is the role of us citizens to listen to the issues that are in the manifesto of every candidate. More importantly, before the election, we should reject lies. We should reject false allegations. We should reject false accusations. We should reject blackmails, misinformation, sectarianism, actually politics of identity. We are from this sub-county, therefore you should vote for me. You should not vote for the other candidate from other
For a very long time, we've not had anybody from this side. Exactly. It is our time.
It is our time. But what are you standing for?
Yeah.
Are you standing for identity, or there are issues to be addressed? We should reject hate speech. We should reject incitement and political violence. So these are our roles before the electoral process. During the election, we should peacefully participate in voting.
Okay, maybe before you go to the aspect of the during the election.
Yes.
Just for the context.
Yes.
Where we are now, because we are going to the polls on Thursday.
On Thursday,
where
yes.
we are now, is this the before the the elections you're talking about?
Yes, this is the period.
Make us understand this.
This is the period before the election. Election is starting on Thursday, the 15th of January.
Yes.
This week.
Yes.
And during this period before election, make sure you have your voter's card. Is your name in the register? Attend to all the rallies and the campaigns, the messages that the candidates are saying. Verify. Are they realistic? Are they attainable? Are there lies? Are there blackmail? Judge the candidate based on this.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Proceed. Now, during elections.
Now, during the election, one of the key roles of a responsible citizen is to go and vote and make sure it is a peaceful participation. When you reach the polling station, follow the electoral law. They say, start here, produce your voter's card, you have to produce it. Follow this line. If they say pick one voter's card, polling paper, pick one. Don't pick two, don't pick three. Make it peaceful voting. Respect the electoral laws and the institutions. There are people there who are supposed to guide you to vote. Respect them. Don't start insulting them. Don't start bribing voters at the polling station. It is against the electoral law. Your role that day is to vote. And after voting, go home and leave the duties of counting and so on to the agents
To
and the
polling
electoral
agents, yes.
officials.
Yes.
And then protect the secrecy of your vote. If you have voted, don't go around telling, I have voted so and so, I did not vote so and so. Eh? You are exposing yourself. Some people may misunderstand you. You don't have protection. Protect the integrity of the votes. How do we protect the integrity of the vote? We can witness the counting of the vote. Eh? If you have heard of some vote rigging somewhere, or somebody has stuffed ballot papers, and you know where it is, report it to the authority. Okay? There should be no violence. And we should tolerate diversity of other voters. If other people have voted other candidates, it is their right. There's no need to threaten them. There's no need to intimidate them. There's no need to beat them or chase them away.
Okay. Now, let's look at the aspect. A lot of what you have said has happened in the past.
Yes.
And probably a lot of, people think it probably may happen during this process.
Yes.
So
yes.
What is that particular take home a person who wants a peaceful election, even during the day of election, should do?
During the day of the election, as a responsible citizen, one of the things to ensure peace, first of all, you should be peaceful yourself.
Okay.
You
don't expect it from somebody, yet you are not.
When you are not.
Okay.
You want peace, but you are inciting others. You want peace, but you are insulting others, voters. You want peace, but you are telling lies. You are telling hate speech. So these are the things you should personally avoid.
Okay.
Peacefully walk to the polling station, cast your vote, go home, and come back at around 4 p.m. when the counting of the votes will happen, just to witness.
All right.
Yes.
Now, let's look at after elections.
Yes.
Majority of the citizens think that we've listened to the candidates,
yes,
we've voted, it's done and dusted. We wait for another 5 years, probably, to come and do the same. They are mostly active before and during. But after that, well,
that is another area that we need to address here.
Yes.
A responsible citizen should know that their civic duty starts from before election, during election, and more importantly, after election. After election, when the results have come out, one thing as a responsible citizen we have to do is to accept the lawful electoral outcome. If the result is a true reflection, you have seen it, they have counted. Candidate A has won. They have counted.
You are even aware.
You are even aware before the campaign, he is very popular. People like him or her. So we should accept that lawful electoral outcome. And then the other thing is, there should be a forum we should create for constructive engagement of the elected leaders. It's not over. Remember when they were campaigning, they promised A to Z that they are going to do. Now it is our responsibility as citizens, after the election, to engage them.
Yes.
You promised to do A, B, C, D. How far have we gone? You promised to do this and this. What are the challenges? You promised to do this and this. How can we support you? So we need to participate in fora where we are going to listen and engage the leaders. And it is also irresponsible leader for you to say, now for me I have won, let me go to Kampala, forget about the constituency, I'll come back for the next election.
Yes.
That is also irresponsible leader. You have promised A to Z. How far have you done it? As citizens, we should also participate in the development process. Many of the development programs require some contribution from the citizen, either as a worker or some form of contribution of land, contribution of materials. So as a citizen, we should contribute to some of these things. The government may want to construct a school, but they say, community, you give for us the land. Give us land. So as a responsible citizen, for that development to happen, we should offer land. And I want to thank the people of northern Uganda, especially West Nile, for giving land to host refugees. If we had not contributed,
where would the refugees
settle? And we would have missed all these opportunities that came together with the hosting of refugees. And lastly, we need to be vigilant. Vigilant in that we need to monitor and watch what is happening, what is not happening. Is this thing being done or is this thing not being done? We should be like monitors after the electoral process.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Talking about voting.
Yes.
Is voting a personal right or it's a moral obligation that everyone should be able to adhere to? What is it in your perspective, Professor?
Thank you so much. I want to say voting is both a personal right of the voter, but also a moral obligation. Let me start with the personal right. Our right to vote has already been fought for us by our forefathers. Election started many, many years ago. And so it is your right, and it is written in the Constitution of Uganda that you should exercise your right to vote. However, when you vote, it is not just voting a leader and then he or she goes away to Kampala, to parliament for 5 years, it is dust and dusted. No. When you vote, you are also voting to see into it that development comes to your community. Challenges in the communities are addressed. Gaps in services are filled. So you are voting so that our community receives good education. You are voting to see that this leader brings good health care to your community. You are voting to see that there is peace and security in your area. So we have to vote so that we see these socio-economic developments in our community.
Yes.
And therefore, if you abstain from voting or you refuse to vote, it means you have considered defeat to people who have chosen other things. For you, you are voting for health service, maybe for good education, maybe for good jobs. But
Maybe
the other person maybe is
500
voting for because so and so is my brother, because
Yes,
so and so
yes.
is my sister. So if you don't vote, you have let them to win you. So it is both personal right, but also moral obligation to vote.
Okay, in a nutshell, the line between the two is very thin, that the two apply, interchangeably.
Exactly.
For
you are
that
voting
context.
for your family, for your community's interest, but also your personal interest.
Yes.
So it is both.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Now, we are in a democratic society.
Yeah.
So can democracy remain legitimate with only electoral participation? Or there is more to it than meets the eye?
Thank you so much. After election, it is important for the voters not to sleep and say, now we have finished election, let us wait for the next election in 5 years' time. In between elections, we are expected to be active participants in governance. We should not just be spectators, or we should sleep off. We should be active participants in governance. We should ask for accountability from the elected leaders. You promised to do A, B, C, D. How far have you done it? Where are the challenges? How can we support you? If we slip off after election and now we leave them to do their things and then wait after 5 elections, we are going to give them room to do poor service delivery. We are going to give them room to do corruption and all other forms of impunity because they know no one is following them, no one is asking them. So we should always know an election is a contract, a social contract between us, the voters, and the people we are going to elect. And wherever there is a contract, there are terms and conditions. The terms and conditions are the manifesto the leader has promised to do. Those are the terms and conditions. And we, part of the contract, have the responsibility to put them to task. Do you know that we even have the powers to recall them? If an elected MP is not performing to the expectation or to the promise he has made, we, the voters, have the powers to petition Parliament and recall them, collect signatures and say, no, you come back home. This one doesn't know what he's doing. Yes.
All right. Now, Professor, I want us to look at the aspect of loyalty to party and the national interest of a country such as Uganda. Where do the two lie? Are they, which one is greater? Is it loyalty to a party? Say, for example, members that belong to the NRM party.
Yes.
Should they hold more loyalty to the party NRM, or they should hold loyalty, or they should have more interest to, national issues, having national agenda at the forefront at the expense of the interest of the party?
Thank you, Yusuf. That is a very important question. And that is the current confusion we are in.
Okay.
And you have seen aspirants fighting to be party bearers. They want to be party bearer because in their mind, that once you are a flag bearer, it's an automatic win.
It's done and dusted.
It is done and dusted. But I want to bring it clear here that that we should not be blindly loyal to any party or to any individual. Blindly loyal. Even if the person is a party bearer, flag bearer, even if this individual is an independent, if this individual does not promise or does not have the capacity to deliver to what is in the constitution of Uganda or national interest, we shouldn't support such a person.
Yes.
If you support somebody just because he's a party bearer, flag bearer, and yet doesn't have the capacity, he did not promise anything, we are going to give room to this person to threaten peace, because conflict is going to come up. We are going to give opportunity for this person to steal, if he's already a person who has a tainted history of corruption.
Yes.
We have voted him because he's a party flag bearer, and yet we know in District X they said this person has this allegation. In District B he has this. In institution A he has this, all this history. So my point here is we should not support a party flag bearer just because he's a party flag bearer. If we notice that he has incapacity issues, he's not able to deliver what he promises to do, he is anti-people, he doesn't have vision, he's not creative, then we should forget about the party, vote for capacity of those individual candidates.
All right. Now, the aspect of peace vis-a-vis expressing your political dissatisfaction.
Yes.
After Thursday, so many people will run to court.
Yes.
So many people will express their level of frustration, dissatisfaction, because of the outcome of the election that we're going to get into.
Yes.
So there is also the aspect of peace that we need to protect as a country.
Yes.
So where does the line lie between this? Peace versus expressing your political dissatisfaction. How should it be done? Which one is more important than the other?
Yusuf, thank you for raising that question. I want to bring it here that bringing out criticisms, constructive criticism, and say, Honorable, we are seeing this is not being done. We are seeing you are not visiting us in the constituencies. We are seeing there are no platform for us to engage with you. We are seeing that you have changed your telephone number. We can no longer reach you.
You become inaccessible.
You have become inaccessible. You have changed your address. We don't know where you are living. Bringing criticisms in a democracy is not, is allowed. It is allowed. So peace means we can engage in a discussion, in disagreeing on certain areas without picking arms or that kind of violence. So what I want to say here is criticizing or challenging our leaders after election does not mean we are in conflict. We are not in conflict. We are just raising complaints that are legitimate. We are raising issues that are constructive. Therefore, we should always know that if our leaders are not performing well, we are dissatisfied, it is our right after the election to raise these issues. We should use the rightful platforms. There are these council meetings, there is the parliament, there are parties. So we have this forum to raise these critics and bring it to the attention of the people that, we have this problem.
Okay.
What we don't need to do is to go into violence. What we don't need to do is to incite hatred, fights, and so on. We should use the rightful channels to express our concern.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you very much. We'll take a break, ladies and gentlemen. When we come back, we'll be diving deep into the discussion, and we're looking at the role of citizens in an electoral process, and we're looking at your role before an election day, during, and even after the elections are done. And so this is what we are discussing this morning. I have Professor Edward Kumakech from Lira University, and he is a member of the Pan-African, and also is a cadre of Umoja, and all that. So we're having this discussion this morning, and we do hope that you can have a date with us, and please do stay with us. When we come back, we'll be diving deep into this discussion. Good morning.
West Nile TV, lighting up the region.
Enjoy your festive season with StarTime's Shared Moment. Fun moment with fresh TV shows Akajegere and Pink Room on Makula Chika Plus, the best-selling China Uganda, Best Friends and Omunamfusi on Makula TV, 10 dedicated kids channels. Passionate moment with our very own Uganda Cranes in African football tournament in Morocco this December.
Alan Okello!
Subscribe for 1 month and get an upgrade to the next bouquet. If you subscribe for 3 months, you automatically enjoy 5% discount and 3 months upgrade to the next bouquet. Antenna decoder plus 1 month of premium bouquet at 34,000 shillings. Get yourself a StarTimes satellite decoder plus 1 month of premium bouquet at 40,000 shillings. The best Christmas offer only on StarTimes. Merry Christmas moment from StarTimes.
West Nile TV, lighting up the region.
Welcome back from that break. It is a very special edition of a talk show we're having this morning on West Nile TV, lighting up the region. My name is Opingopi Yusuf Andabati, and I am with Professor Edward Kumakech, and we are discussing the role of citizens before, during, and after electoral process. And we're glad that you are here with us this morning, partaking of the, from the cup of wisdom that the professor has given us this morning. We are profoundly honored to have Professor, our very own, and a highly educated professor from Lira University, and he's having this discussion with us, giving us a lot of knowledge on how we need to, undertake the electoral process, and we're glad that he is able to do this with us this very day today. Now, Professor, I want us to look at the policy outcomes from other forces. Let's try to distinguish the policy outcomes from other processes. How can this be possible? What can the citizens do as far as this is concerned? And so basically that is what I want us to look at right now. You're most welcome.
Yeah, thank you so much, Yusuf, for that question. It is true, in our communities, we always see these developments coming up. Yeah. Projects. PDM came up, NUSAF came up, youth livelihood, all these projects. So it is our role and duty as citizens, as voters, to ask questions about these projects.
Okay.
We need to understand this project. Who funded the project? Where is the money for the project coming from? Who has designed it? Does it align with government development plan or the district development plan or for the sub-county? Where are the discrepancies? Where can we align? How can we align it? A new factory may come up to be built in our area, and there would be. So, as citizens, we should know that these projects that come are coming, some of them are coming as policy outcome from the national. It is a government program that is bringing it.
Okay.
It is not the politician, as some of them have hijacked. And they
not
say
the individual politician who has brought this program.
So the question, we need, this is a government program, like SAGE for the elderly. This money is supposed to be given to all the elderly people. From the age of 85 or 80 and above. It is a government program. It is a policy of government. Whether you are in the opposition area, whether you are in the ruling government party and so on, you will benefit from it.
Even if as an elder you vote for an opposition
Even if you vote for
you're
opposition,
an agent,
yes,
it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter because that is a government project, a government program that is supposed to benefit all citizens. But the question we should ask is, what is the role of our leader in that project? Because we also know resources are scarce. It is always not enough. Okay? You may find the government has come with a program to support farmers, but they cannot do it in all the 146 districts in Uganda. So certain districts have to be selected. And that is where our leaders come into action to lobby that we should put this project in Arua because of ABCD. We should put this project in Germany. We should do this project in Moyo, and so on. So we should ask, what role has our leader played in attracting this development? That is where we should give him or her the credit. Okay?
Yes.
But
not for funding the project.
Not for funding the project. It is their role in advocating and attracting this project to the area.
Yes.
So we should be aware during our election, if it is a government policy, if it is a government program, it will benefit all people, regardless of whether you are in opposition or you are for NRM or you are for an independent. But we should always ask our leaders, what are they doing? What are their individual roles? What are their specific roles in attracting this development to our constituencies? Yeah.
All right, now let's look at the consequences of voting based on identity. There is the aspect of, voting for a leader based on identity at the expense of ideology and the issue of misinformation. What is the consequence of this? In our region, you realize that the only thing that can drive a person to make people vote for that person is by blackmailing the opponent. So these two issues are, all over. So what is the negative effect, or what is the consequence of, voting based on these two?
Yeah, thank you for that question. When we vote leaders based on identity, this is my brother, this is my OB, this is my tribesmate, or this is my sub-county mate, and so on, religious mate, we are going to create what we call untouchables.
Oh, okay.
These people can do maladministration. They can commit crime. They can do corruption. They are untouchable. Because
they go scot-free because they are being voted by their own.
Yes, I have my people. I have my people who are behind me. Yeah?
Yes.
And they are supporting me because I am related to them ABCD.
Not because of what I am able to do.
Not because of my capacity or what I promised to do. So if we vote leaders just based on identity, we are going to create room for them to do bad things. Bad administration, and we are going to reward people who are not capable. Somebody is not capable, but because he's the son of the soil, because he's a tribesmate, he's voted in. And when he reaches parliament, he cannot even talk. He does not know the rules and procedures to follow. He will need like 2 terms, and it is in the 3rd term that he will begin to talk. And in these 10 years, your constituency would be losing. You would have no development. You will have no accountability for poor performance. And more so, this person becomes like untouchable, a patron. Untouchable. What can you do? You hear people say, what can you do? They can undermine institutions. They can come to districts. They can overrun the cow. They can overrun the RDC. They can underrun the councillors, undermine them, threaten them, intimidate them. So we will end up with poor schools. We will end up with the poorly staffed health facilities. We shall end up with ghost projects where money has come, it's a swindle, it's not implemented, just because we have voted somebody who feels he's untouchable.
Because we voted based on identity.
We have voted our brother. He has no ideas. He just said, let us go and eat. Yeah?
And you are eating at the expense of the majority of the
at the expense of the constituency.
All right, now.
So I really want to discourage that.
Okay.
Let us vote people on the ideologies they are bringing, the promises that they are bringing, the pledges that they are bringing forward, the national interest and development that they want to bring to the constituency.
Okay. Yeah. All right, now let's look at the citizen responsibility for misinformation.
Yes.
What is their role in this? Citizens' responsibility as far as the aspect of misinformation is concerned.
Thank you, Moderator Yusuf. I happen to be in several platforms, social media platforms, WhatsApp platforms. You see a lot of lies, a lot of false allegations, in the era of
AI,
blackmails. Even people are creating videos. In one of the areas, somebody has gotten a video of the electoral official and inserted a voice through AI, artificial intelligence, declaring him as the winner of the primary election. So now there are 2 winners. In the
winner of social media.
The winner which came from artificial intelligence and the one the official one. So there's a lot of lies, misinformation, bias. All these are going on.
Yeah.
But the question is, what is our role as citizens? What is our role? I want to emphasize 3 things.
Okay.
Number 1, we should learn to verify the authenticity of information that we come across. When you come across a post, a document, an image, a video, ask yourself, where is this coming from? Is the source reliable or not? Just look at the person who has created it. If the source is not reliable and you cannot trust that message, that image, or that video, or that audio, do not forward it.
Okay.
Because once you forward it, you also become a broadcaster.
You become part of the misinformation.
Part of the misinformation. Do not forward it. And then, because if you forward it, you are going to inform people who do not know about this thing. And some of them, many of us do not even have the capacity to log into the internet to check, is this information true or false?
They don't have the necessary tools to verify.
They don't even have the tools. They don't have the data to check in the Electoral Commission website whether this information is true or false. So my advice is verify the source. If you cannot trust the source, do not share it. If you share it, it is like you are putting a match on a dry grass. The other person is also going to forward it. Another one is going to forward it. And all of us become an accomplice in spreading poison to destroy our community, to destroy trust, and cause conflict in our communities.
All right. Now, the continuity for stability versus change for accountability.
Yes.
Where do the two lie? Where is, the line for the two? Where should we draw the line for stability versus accountability?
That is a big, an important question. We are in a country, or even in constituency, where some candidates have been members of parliament for a very long time. And people have reached an extent of feeling that there's no need for change. Let us stabilize, let us remain with so and so.
The devil you know is better than the angel you don't.
You don't know. But there is a problem with that. It is a real dilemma. So to me, let us make decisions based on evidence. Even if somebody has been in power for a long time, and there is evidence that he is delivering to his promises, he is causing development, he is attracting development, okay? He's including everyone in the livelihood projects and so on, then no problem with that. But if somebody is in power, or is an MP, and so on, for a long time, but we are not seeing anything.
What is the use?
What is the use of maintaining such a person on power? It is going to create, somebody becomes relaxed. He's not going to work hard anymore. And he's even going to be corrupt. Because if you give somebody 10 years, within these 10 years, how many friends is he going to create? Even if he's just giving 20,000 for burial, in 10 years, how many homes would he have reached with that 20,000? And all those people are going to become his friends. So it is going to create room for relaxing, complacency, and corruption. So we should make a credible change based on competence, based on the best alternative available, and the promises that they bring that are realistic and that are attainable. Yes.
All right. Now the impact of low youth participation. I want us to look at the youth now.
Yes.
About 75 or more % of the population in the country are, the young people.
Yes.
So what is the impact of low participation of these young people in the electoral process? So not only the electoral process, but in all these aspects of government, what is the impact of their low participation?
Yusuf, this is one thing about election. When you are youth and you are many, like 75% you say, and you vote for a candidate who has an agenda to address your issues. If a candidate has stood, say, I am going to create jobs for the youth, I'm going to improve schools and education, I'm going to create sexual and reproductive health services, I am going to bring livelihood enterprises for the youth, I'm going to bring innovations, and youth turn in large numbers and vote for that candidate, it means your agenda is going to be priority.
For the youth.
For the youth. When this person is elected.
Even if the candidate is not a youth.
Even if that candidate is not a youth. But because you have voted for somebody who has your issues at heart in his manifesto, it means you have won. And when this person wins, he's going to implement those things that will benefit you as youth. And if youth don't participate and they disengage, I know of many youth, they are there on the roadside, they are in the streets making noise. When it comes on the day of voting, they are nowhere. They don't have voters card, they are not in the voters register. How will that candidate address your issue? You will end up, the person who will win will be the person who doesn't have your issues. Because you did not vote for the person who has your issues. So my message as civic education is that let the young people organize themselves in large numbers and vote for the candidate who has their issues at heart.
All right. Professor, there's this aspect of, I am a young person, you should vote for me.
Yes.
Without telling me what you're going to do for me.
Yes.
Does that make sense in your view?
No, to me, it has to be issue on manifesto based, and it has to be based on capacity. Even if you are young, energetic, able to travel this country throughout the night without sleep, even on foot. But if you have no idea or heart of doing something, causing a change, then you usually ask somebody who has not stood. So it is not the age. And by the way,
it is the capacity.
It is the capacity.
Okay.
And one thing I need to mention, in especially the current context we are in, connections matter more than even age.
Okay.
You may be old, but if you have the right connections, you know which button to touch, you know which words to say, you know which office to approach, which issues to bring on which forum. You may be more effective than a young man who is just roaming around, he doesn't know where to touch. You see?
And that becomes like a goat that has the head in a kettle, runs around.
This is not the issue. It is not the age.
Yes.
It is the ability, the capacity of this candidate, and the heart he has to deliver for the people. And that is what we should vote for.
Okay, now, if a citizen, for example, is disgruntled, which of course, sometimes is the case. Every time we vote, and services are not provided, now why should I vote? Then at the end of the day, the person, especially this happens with the young people, they will abscond from the Thursday activity.
Yes.
So who decides for them?
This is a good question. I want to encourage all the viewers, go and vote. Because if you don't vote, it's like you have surrendered.
I give up.
You have given up, you have surrendered.
Yeah.
The things you want to be done will not be done because you have not voted for the candidate who has those issues at heart in his or her manifesto. Do not complain if you don't vote. Because the candidate who has won will do things he has promised to do and the people who voted for him to do.
Yes.
So you who has not voted will have no room to complain. You will have poor representation. You will have you will have no room to complain. Developments may not go in your favor. Imagine the youth want jobs and they are 75%, and they have not turned up to vote for the candidate who is promising for them jobs.
Then they will not get the jobs.
They will not get the jobs. And when they don't get the job, they should not complain because you didn't vote for the candidate who has promised to do what you want. So to me, election and voting is like a contract. This one has promised to do this, and because you like what he has promised to do, you vote for that person, and when he wins, he's coming to do it. And then you will benefit.
Okay. Now, if your candidate loses, especially in a peaceful, and lawful electoral processes like this, what should be done?
If your candidate loses, I want to discourage voters, especially responsible citizens, from violence. If your candidate loses, you should know that the other candidate has won. And his or her opinions has also won. Maybe your candidate has promised to build a bridge, but the other candidate has promised to do a health facility.
And
if yours
the
has
citizens
lost,
look at what is priority for them.
If yours has lost, it means the bridge may not be done, but the health facility will be what?
Will be done.
Will be constructed for you.
Yes.
So what we need to do there is we need to accept the result, and then we should become constructive citizens. And accept the outcome, congratulate the winner, and immediately change from being a campaigner for a bridge, which you wanted with your candidate, to a campaigner for the health facility. Because the other one has gone with the promise he's going to do a health facility. So now...
And then you keep monitoring whether he's going to do it.
You remain vigilant. You should watch what he's doing during these 5 years. You see into it that he fulfills his promise. Because even you can also go and get service from that health facility. So stability of the nation and progress is bigger than any individual candidate. Yes.
All right. Now, baseless vote rigging claims.
Yes.
We are getting to the period. You will hear it on Friday.
Yes.
You will hear it on Thursday.
Yes.
Even Saturday.
Yes.
Until probably we get to another electoral process.
Yes.
That on social media, it will be all over.
Yes. Yes.
What is it going to be like? What should we do?
You know, Yusuf,
What do you
I'm
envision?
happy. I'm very happy you brought that question. You know, every candidate is expecting to win.
Yes.
And even when the results come out, everyone will say they have won. Even the one with the least vote would say his or her vote has been what? Stolen. Okay? It has been rigged. So, my point to the voters and citizens is that once you get that news circulating on social media, so-and-so has rigged the election and has won, there are three things we should do. The first thing, when you get that news, do not share it. Even if it is on social media, even if it is on Facebook, don't share it. The first thing is not to share it. The second thing we should do is we should respectfully verify the evidence. Where is the claim? Is it lawful? What is it based on? Where is he saying it is rigged? How was it rigged?
Okay.
Where is the evidence?
Okay. Now, I will be cutting a little bit short because our time is fast spent.
Yes.
But I want us to look at the aspect of balancing development and corruption allegations.
Yes.
You realize that somebody is doing development, but there are a lot of allegations, against this person. He's corrupt, he has embezzled funds, and this, that, and all that. So, where is the balance? How do we balance the two?
You know, one thing I want to mention is that we should be very appreciative. Okay? We should be very appreciative. Time flies. Even if there are allegations that this person has stolen part of the money meant for this development, we should first of all appreciate what they have delivered. Okay? Acknowledge what they have delivered. And say, okay, some of the money is said to be stolen, but at least he brought the hoe. He brought the pangas. He brought this and that. Now, we then have to demand for accountability for the things that are not delivered, which should have been delivered by that money. What does that mean? We should support institutions responsible for investigation. For example, IGG's office. If you have an evidence to avail to the IGG, avail the evidence that this is the evidence so that he or she did not deliver all the things that he promised this project is supposed to. We can petition Parliament. Voters have the right to collect signatures and take it to the Speaker of Parliament to petition the Parliament. And then we should also engage in platforms where these things can be shared. There is the district council.
Yes.
There is the sub-county council.
Yes.
You can attend these meetings and raise those issues on those platforms. But for me, one thing I want to tell the leaders is that if you bring a development which is paid for by corruption, it is like you have mortgaged your sub-county or you have mortgaged the country. Because the citizens and our children are going to pay for it. You see?
Yes.
The money which you have stolen, which should have done ABCD, we still have to pay for it. So you have put the people into loss. You have put them into debt. So we don't want to encourage that. Let us be transparent. Let us be accountable. Deliver the good services that we are supposed to deliver so that we don't put our constituency and our nation into a debt.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Now, just to shift a little bit away from that discussion, now let's look at the host communities in West Nile.
Yes.
And the refugees.
Yes.
West Nile is known for hosting so many number of refugees.
Yes.
Even close to millions.
Yes.
So let's look at that.
Yes.
What should be done?
Thank you so much. I want to thank West Nile, especially even parts of northern Uganda like
Lamo, yes.
where we have the Palabek refugee camp. These are realities that we face every day. Today, they are refugees that we are hosting. And we are giving them a home where they can live, raise their children, and survive.
Yes.
And tomorrow, it may be us, okay, who will be refugees.
Yes.
So we need to thank our country for turning us into hosting refugees instead of being refugees hosted in other countries. Some people are young, but some of us, we even ran to South Sudan in 70s, late 70s during the conflict. We were refugees in South Sudan. But today, we are the ones hosting millions of refugees. So to me, we should, as citizens, vote and act to protect this important social fabric of hosting refugees. Because it brings a lot of benefits to us, and it has made us human. Instead of being refugees in other countries, we are now the one hosting other people. It is so sharing of resources. We are sharing our land with them. We are sharing health facilities with them. We are sharing schools with them. It is something which is beneficial. We should reject any politician who seek to sow division or use refugees for their political gain. The issue of refugees for their political gain. By the way, Yusuf, some of these refugees we are hosting in West Nile, even in northern Uganda, especially Lamo, they are our brothers in the other side of the country. You find we are even the same tribe. You find these are the Madis in South Sudan, and they have come to the Madis in Uganda.
From the other side.
Acholis in South Sudan, and now Acholis in Uganda. They are our brothers. And for us, even from Zombo district, you find these are the Alurus in Congo, and Alurus in Uganda. We even intermarry. And sometimes we even have relatives the other side. So we should reject any politician who tries to sow division or try to make political gain based on the issue of refugees. Let us continue to remain hospitable and not sacrifice this important responsibility we have of hosting refugees.
All right. Now, Professor, our time is fast spent.
Yes.
I want you to basically be able to move over a few of these issues as fast as possible.
Yes.
Now, youth and right to vote.
Yes.
Just in a few words, if you can be able to add your voice on that. Youth and the right to vote.
I want to say that any youth who is age 18 years and above has the right to vote. And when they vote, they are voting for their future.
Okay.
They are voting for their future. As youth, you want health, sexual reproductive health services. As youth, you want good schools. As youth, you want jobs. You want skills. Therefore, you turn up in large numbers and choose a leader who has these issues of yours in his or her manifesto.
Okay. Now, youth, social media, and responsibility.
Yes. Youth, I'm sure many youths are in social media, especially WhatsApp. And in this social media, they have freedom of expression. They can text any message they want. They can put any picture they want. They can say anything you want, for which we thank the government of Uganda for giving us this freedom of expression. But freedom of expression comes with responsibilities. You must verify the information before sharing. If you see this information is coming from unreliable sources, unauthentic sources, do not share it. Do not share it. And then avoid hate speech, promote peace online.
Okay. All right. Just as we progress. Now, consequences of youth voter apathy.
I had already mentioned this earlier. If youth stay away from voting, refuse to vote, it means they are going to lose those leaders who have their issues at heart.
At heart, okay.
Yes.
Women's participation and influence?
Women are natural peace builders. And I'm very happy in Uganda, many women are in different groups. You find they're in saving groups, they are in churches as women. So women should continue to organize themselves in groups, in churches, in the communities, so that they have forum with which they can use to engage the elected leaders and push their issues.
Okay. Women and peaceful
voting
elections.
is the first step. And I also want to encourage all women to vote.
Okay.
So that their issues are addressed by the leaders who have those issues at heart.
At heart, okay.
Yes.
Now, moving forward, women and peaceful elections.
Okay. I want to say just the way I said to the youth. Women should discourage violence. We should reject hate speech. We should reject issues that are going to cause conflict, blackmail, false allegations. Let us vote our leaders based on peaceful process, those based on their manifestos, based on the things they promised to do to us as women of this country.
Okay, women demanding accountability.
Women should demand for accountability. Women are a group of Ugandans who deserve a lot of services from our leaders. You find, if you look at in terms of leadership, if you look at in terms of jobs, if you look in terms of education, in terms of health, women are always at the disadvantaged side. So we want to encourage women to vote, and after voting, women should be monitoring services.
Okay.
They should be attending community meetings and engaging with the leaders on the issues of health, issues of education, issues of livelihood, so that they remain a responsible citizens.
Okay, now the local leaders, now electoral commission guidelines.
The local leaders are key. If you are an LC out there, maybe you are a youth leader, you are a chairperson LC2, LC1, LC3. One thing you should do is to acquaint yourself with the electoral commission guidelines. Let us discourage violence. Let us reject vote buying, because I have learned many of the politicians who bribe voters, they actually pass the money to the local leaders, distribute by village. So let us avoid vote buying. Let us avoid being used to rig elections.
The flash
Because
we sorted it out.
we are in Uganda today where we
came
have
into
cameras
contact.
everywhere.
Yes.
Everybody has a
Those,
smartphone. Everybody can
crowd,
record.
and
They can
over
record you
administrators
buying votes,
and applied
and then your
our
issues are sent,
public order
and it will cause
capabilities,
us problem.
which
Okay.
neutralized
Local leaders after elections.
Some roads are even
Now,
closed.
local leaders after elections should remain accessible.
And even if it
Once you are elected as an LC, you are
apply
elected,
countermeasures
remain
to ensure
accessible
that,
after election.
there is tranquility.
So that people can
afande
reach you with
security
their
ensonga
issues.
nkulu
So that you can
tugenda
address
kuddako
their
mu
issues.
Luganda
And
tulina
then
abalaba
you
ku
should
Star
be reporting
TV
progress.
waliwo
If there are
ebiteeberezebwa nti
achievements
mukutte
that you have
candidate
done,
wa
there are
NUP
things that have
Honorable
been
Robert
brought to your
Kyagulanyi
village, your
Ssentamu
parish or sub-county.
kituufu era
Report that
mukutte
progress
waaki
to
bwe
the
kiba
villagers
kituufu
so that people understand. You should be involved in development
naffe
planning.
amawulire
Many
ge
times
tulina
the district council,
nti
they
yatudde
call
ne
for
famire
meetings.
ye mu sitting room ne
The
basindika
MLCs
ka
don't
message
go.
nti
Why did
mukwate
you stand if you
because
don't
they
want to participate in
understand
development
manyinza
planning?
ekirungi ndi
You should be
mupoliisi
transparent
sobola ngamba
and so that
the
your constituency, your area
allegedly
continue
from
to
the family
develop.
members
All right.
ate
Now,
ababadde
from
batudde naye
Thursday onwards,
Yes.
So,
probably,
era ne
15th
bwebona we
when
badde
the
njogera.
parliamentary and presidential
Bino
elections will happen,
bigambo bya
22nd
mpisa.
when the local government and
Omuntu
mayoral elections will
yakuzibwa
happen,
toyinza
there will be
kulimba
disagreement.
ng'otudde mu sitting room
So,
yo nti bakuwande
disagreeing with the
bino
election
bya
outcome,
kifere byennyini
how should it be?
naye
Once they are
bantu
disagreeing,
baffe
if you are a candidate,
tujja
or
kuwangaala
you have
nabo
a
nga bwe
candidate
bali
who has lost elections and he has disagreed with the outcomes of the election, they should express their disagreement in a peaceful and lawful manner. And what does that mean? That means they should petition their disagreement to the tribunal or to court and other lawful institutions like the Electoral Commission. Let us respect the rule of law. Let us protect our democracy and national stability. Let us avoid emotions. Let us avoid inciting violence after election.
All right. Now, holding leaders accountable beyond voting.
Yes.
Most times, the only period to hold these leaders accountable is during the electoral process. So how do we hold them accountable beyond the voting process?
Yeah, that is where the dilemma we are in. One of the things we need to do in a democracy is that we should sustain the accountability of the leaders. You have promised in your pledges or manifesto to do A, B, C, D. How far have you gone? And how shall we do that? It means we must engage these leaders. There are forums where we can engage leaders.
Yes.
It could be a wedding function. It could be a fundraising function. It could be a church function. It could be a school breakdown. So there are those forums that we should use to say, now, Honorable, you had promised to do this, but we have seen 1 year has gone, and there are no signs of things coming up.
Yes.
How far have you gone? We should also use the media, like the television like this, the radios, to raise our issues, our concerns responsibly. We should participate in lawful civil action throughout the 5-year electoral period. Yeah.
All right. Now, Prof, our time is fast spent. I want to apologize.
Yes.
I think due to network issues, we are not able to get some of the comments online, and basically that's why we are not able to get the audience here engaged at this very particular time. But we will keep getting their, comments and questions from online, and we will be able to forward them to you. And then in the subsequent programs, we will be able to, respond to those particular issues, Professor. So probably as we conclude, can you be able to give us, some nitty-gritties of what should happen, just probably as you summarize? Because now we're just 2 days away from the actual voting day. So as basically you summarize.
Thank you so much. Dear citizens, on Thursday, we are starting the voting. We have to go to the polling stations. And as we go to the polling station, reflect on your child, on your relative, your brothers and sisters. Think to yourself, what should these people think of me as I'm casting my vote? Cast your vote in a manner that the future generation, your children, your relatives, brothers and sisters, will say, he or she was very wise in casting his or her vote. He or she was very courageous. He or she was patriotic. He was very thoughtful, and he voted wisely. He was not selfish in the way he voted. Let us act peacefully. Let us uphold the dignity of every Ugandan. There's no need for you to go and start boxing, fighting your brother and sister at the polling station or even after the election. Let us uphold the dignity of every Ugandan during this electoral process.
Okay.
Let us speak the truth and challenge injustices. Let us place the nation above tribe, above religion, above any region or party. The national interest is more important than this individual.
Okay.
Our country will continue to last. Leaders come, leaders go.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much, Professor, for those very insightful words.
Yes.
I mean, this has been very mind-boggling for me, and also I'm very sure for the citizens as well. So you have been a member of the Pan-African Scholars, and also the Umoja Cadre Task Force.
Yes.
Now, this has given me a lot of, take home from your discussion. It means there is something really of great importance one can achieve by being part of, by the Pan-African Scholars, and also part of Umoja Cadre Task Force.
Yes.
How do I become part of it?
Yes. The Pan-African Scholars is a kind of association of professors or people with PhDs, doctoral degrees. These are highly educated people.
So I'm not
and
qualified.
It is across Africa. So if you are happy with the work we are doing in terms of civic education, clarifying certain issues, and you want to become a member of the Pan-African Scholar, one of the qualification criteria is you should be holding a PhD degree. You must be a PhD holder, and then you should be employed and working in any of the universities, whether it is public or private university. Within Uganda or abroad, you are welcome so long as you are there.
Is this only for Africans?
Yes, it's for Africans. And in Uganda, we have our leader, Professor Edward Bantu. He's based at Kabale University.
Yes.
And his telephone number and email are available. I don't know how I can provide you. But his telephone is 0787 005 535.
Okay.
And then in terms of email, you can reach him at bantuedward@gmail.com.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And dear viewer, yes, of course, you know what it is. We have come to the end of our discussion. But Professor, if you can kindly be able to summarize all this just in 1 minute, probably 30 seconds in Alur, 30 seconds in Madi, the gist of the discussion is what I want you to give out to the people of West Nile in the local language. In Alur, 30 seconds.
Yes.
In Madi, 30 seconds.
Yes. Okay. Manjora Merikasi ba moyo ba juman bo boni. Madi speaking ba ale manzo anyi America and Rusi. Le doma dolen rurinia leaders, MPs, president voti ya mavu beleri obe voti madi mbaka lejo andarini madi mbaka lejo tamari dereri ile school ile hospital ile anjo iya ole obe voti di madi tambadi tananani obe voti nyadruku manjo okposi.
Okay.
And then my brothers in Alur, afoyu pi niwinja TV station ma abedi iye eni, lembe ma wawesu tineni tie lembe modoku bol queer. Awe wasu ni a queer tie bol queer kende ngo, kaibe bol queer, ibe bol queer ni nyati ma musikonyu awuya mwa, musikonyu durunyodu mwa, musikonyu community mwa lembe midoku somu, lembe midoku dini, lembe midoku ngudu, lembe midoku odiat, le matungtu musiketu ngomwa dongu kude. Don wa bol queer ongonia eni surumwa, eni ngonya tima watie kudi dini asiel, ongonia nyatima wabe bedu kude. Wa bol queer kar ngomwa dongi, kara Uganda mwa dongi. Again afoy.
And afoy. Thank you very much, Professor. It was a pleasure hosting you on West Nile TV,
Thank
Professor.
you so much for hosting me.
Thank you very much.
And we hope to come back even after the election.
I pray you should be here frequently so that people can partake from this cup of wisdom that you've given us this very day today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank
And
you.
dear viewer, we've come to the end of our discussion this very afternoon, and I want to wish you the best of your day. And please, on Thursday, go and vote. If you haven't gotten your voting slip, go to the nearest EC offices or where, ask your LC1 chairperson, ask whoever has the information, go collect your voting slip. And that will give you, a free pass to go and vote for that candidate of your choice. It's your civic right, it's a civic obligation, it's your moral obligation. I want to thank you very much. I hope to catch up with you next time. God bless you.
God bless you.
Afọ Ujumu Bunenwa, a West Nile
live at the Election Commission National
attitude.
West Nile TV nyingati kajik Daisy uchama abeka metanyuti undundu lembe katemire ni shakere nindu adek inge mawashako mavot jubolu sheng nindu aparabish kina majubolu voti sheng nindu aparabish wanwa West Nile TV wa ai wangashalo obindi Kampala ilubawa kaka majube shoku du vote majube kwanu mapa president mukado mawon ngo mania mi oru elifu ariyo kupiera riyo abusi elbibedunga danu beda bora Gidgo campaign jubolu vote washuku bananu tundu pa report mubeka ai kakai kamawani iye mapoda shido borungo abeka meto a youth report mube ai I West Nile majube nyutu pi dano mukado I ot mokushik mi parliament dan negi mokudong ju declaring gin I office negi matong re abeka meto amiu report lembene wotu ni nedi kinde mo binu shen mira shendane lemene bedu yo ebedu washako sawa ne miru tienu nindu mirario kendo wakwano nishakira ko gweno paka biru tienu tin utie nindu mira degene lembe shake beka woto maber yake ni pe re I West Nile beka winju kinde majube ka bolu vote le matong beka temire ilembe negi matong ashelu beka wonwangirania dano negi moku jumako gi I polisi katemu lembe mareshu manwango shek umokungo I bolu vote dan negi moku gibeka welo dano kusende dan negi moku gibeka go dano lembe matong beka temire ekedo mofoyo ni adong etush kine mo tush kaka madong wobe kwano iye wobe nwango ni akuyu shwing utie yakini makesha pe ali upe ariti depe kadi biri Kampala kine mo bino tin kugweno plematung kine mo shaku woto miko gweno wanwango ni dano shaku tish manya woru kumanya sheng jungalo ni dano kudu tim tish but tin dano shaku timu tish waneno mutukari gibi woti wangayo waneno polisi debe timu surveillance migi but washo ni kakai kitemo neno kuweza ne erashungo lembe sheketi maber akuyashinyutie birka kama wani iye kukama okama woto iye kaka matong kama woko report mabeka nwango I alur mu ai izombo alur mu ai inebi alur mu ai pakwach le mube wok nia utie kuyuchwin Grace Freedom mu ai Ora County mube kashungu shalo ora udaro pinikado ndundu esha dako mukado ubedu honorable achamfwa topista izombo kina modo go work inebi jadit mukado PMP minebi municipality ubedu honorable Ongiertho Emmanuel kana shopu nyutu iri kaka mai aiye yanga bedo yang nwango eshungu shalo MP mi pakwash ega medo geduogu inebi ndundu esha ekado kana woki iye MP mi padiere ubenwangirenia honorable Isaac imajiluongo Isaka utimgiu remokado ikin monke nyamo toro re manuango laro kado pien e kado manuango dano mungemu dogu shungu idoge digamgi dogi washonia waweke doge game kado midu mundo jo washonia unopposed kino mondundu mwe shidi pakwash wanuangonia alenyo marshal remokado ijunam mandaku mukado ijunam utie avur jashan pashuto mo ai ipakwash ndundu esha wake winjule moku mubo ai ibajara duok mwa mi Greater Nebi manyinge utie jawok Alfred.
At the Electoral Commission National Tally Center in Makinje Sebagoba, Lueza Luboa, where we're having the 2026 presidential election results trickling in. Some of the statistics keeps trickling in as we had 3 days, and this is the third day of the tallying center, and the presidential results have been trickling in. The last presidential results, provisional results, have been brought in by the Electoral Commission chairperson Justice Simon Biamukama, who has given us these statistics. In the statistics, there are 8 presidential candidates. The one that is following in the lead is His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni with 7,643,788, marking 71.88%. Following him is Robert Chagulani Sentamu with 2,601,105,000, marking 24.46%. Mugisha Muntu has 57,019 votes, marking 0.45%. Bulera Frank has 43,308 votes, marking 0.43%. Kasibante Robert has 33,224,000 votes, marking 0.30%. Munyagwa Mubaraka has 30,509 votes, marking 0.29%. Nandala Mafabi has 22,802 votes, marking 1.91%. And finally, Mabarizi has 22,134 votes. These are some of the results that have been trickling in. These results have been coming in hourly, after a couple of hours in the National Tally Center, and we're awaiting more results, as this is not just it. The valid votes are 10,634,084 votes. The invalid votes are 264,015 votes, marking 2.42% of the votes. The spoiled votes are 38,228. Moving on from that to the West Nile region, we are hearing and we're getting reports from of the declarations that Electoral Commission regional officers have been making towards some of the candidates that have excelled and some of the candidates that have gone through and have been declared as the winner, some of which include Honorable Quiltrin Grace Freedom, Ora County, Honorable Achamfa Topista, the woman member of parliament of Zombo District, Honorable Ongentho Emmanuel, the member of parliament for Nemi Municipality, Honorable Otimgio Isaac Ismail, the member of parliament for Padiare County, woman member of parliament for Pakwach District, and Honorable Nyamutoro Fiona, woman member of parliament for Nebi District, who was declared unopposed. These are some of the updates that are coming up here in the District Tally Center and also regionally in the West Nile region. My name is Christina Kumuringa. We'll be giving you more of these updates as the hours keep trickling in. Stay tuned. Good morning.
The hour is dark and it's hard to see what you are doing here in
member of the Pan-African Scholars and a member of Umoja Kada Task Force for His Excellency President Yoweri Museveni Kaguta. And join me in welcoming Professor Edward Kumakech. Good morning, Professor, and you're most welcome to West Nile TV.
Good morning, Moderator Yusuf. Good morning, viewers of West Nile TV and Northern Uganda. I am Professor Edward Kumakech. Azi anyilaka, anyenga tuya, uai maber, afoyu, nibedu T station maeni tineni. As introduced, I am Professor Edward Kumakech. Locally, among my peers, they call me Tajiri.
Tajir.
Yes, Tajiri, not the very rich Tajiri with money.
But
perhaps
we
the
pray for the
Tajiri
blessings as well.
Ajoli i West Nile TV ningatie kajik Daisy Uchama.
Yusuf. I'm wearing the hat of being a professor, a scholar in a public university in Uganda, at Lira University. I am also wearing the hat of being the chairperson of the Lira University Academic Staff Association. I'm wearing the hat of being the national president of the Association of Graduate Nurses and Midwives of Uganda, which is a professional body.
Yes.
I am also a member of the Pan-African Scholars, and above all, I am a member of the Umoja Task Force for His Excellency President Museveni. However, I am here also as an indigenous sign of the soil. I come from West Nile, where I speak a Lulu language, but my mother is from Madi, Moyo Ajumani, so I can also speak Madi.
A true definition of a West Nile.
I studied from Arua, so I can speak a bit of Lugbara. So I'm a true definition of a West Nile and a Northern Uganda. Thank you so much.
All right. Now, let's get to our discussion, the role of citizens before, during, and after the electoral process. Take us through this, maybe probably the introductory part of all this discussion before we get into the nitty-gritties of what entails, what what women are supposed to do, the youths are supposed to do, the various leaders are supposed to do, and take us through this.
Thank you so much, Moderator Yusuf. The theme for our talk show today is the role of citizens before, during, and after the electoral process. And the objective of this talk show is to raise awareness of citizens about their role, their constitutional duties, rights, during, before, and after the electoral process.
Okay.
The other objective is also to promote peaceful, informed, and responsible engagement in the democratic process. You know, Yusuf,
yes,
elections sometimes can be associated with a lot of lies, false allegations, malice, blackmail.
Yes.
And how do we ensure citizens are aware that some of this information may not be true? From the same sector I come from.
Are we voting for identity? Is it
or we are voting for a national interest?
National interest, yes.
So another objective is also to look at, as we are voting, how are we, what is the progress that has been made in our area? What are the progress that have been made, the developments that are in place? And I want to give some examples of things that are in place in northern Uganda, especially West Nile.
Okay.
And first of all is, we are all witnesses to the expansion of cities and districts that we have seen that has occurred over time.
Yes.
We have Arua City that has been created in West Nile here. We have Lira City, we have Gulu City. These are cities within our region. And In addition to the cities, we have also witnessed larger districts broken out into smaller districts.
Yes.
For example, the Greater Moyo district is broken into Ajumani, Obonyi, and
the Moyo, it's the remnant Moyo.
Arua is broken up to almost 6 other districts.
Yes.
If you come to Nebi, it's broken out into 3 districts. We have Zombo, Pakwach, and Nebi. The same happened in Lango, the same happened in Acholi, the same happened in Karamoja.
Even still with more demands for creation of more of such entities.
And when we see this creation of districts, what does it mean? It means more jobs are created for us. Almost every district comes with 400 jobs.
Wakelu iwu adwogi pajuru tela majudaro pinilondo ni mondo I otmo kushik I oru elifu ario ko pierario sorry ko oru elifu ario ko pierario wi abosiel make obenwangonia lembe mube ai I bajara dwok mwa mube ai kudi Gulu City manyingetie Stephen Okello ubewashu iwania I Gulu City lembe dong ashelaria dek washako bewinjo adwogine padano juru tela mi ot mokoshik moshako bedoni dwogo I Gulu City makawaneno I Aswa County ngati mudaro pinikado utie Honorable Onguti Christopher madako ke mudaro pinikado mubeshi bedu jaratela I ot mokoshik mirelif oru elifu ario ko pierario wi abosiel utie Honorable Ayo Phoebe Janet Oboy Ndundu Esha Inwoya District ubewinjire kumai nia Inwoya County ngati mudaro pinikado utie Honorable Opio Dennis manke Inwoya East mutie Mayori Retu utie Honorable Okello Geoffrey dako mokado nidako jaratela I ot mukushik mi oru elifu ario kupiera rio yabusiel utie Honorable Christine Lanyero Ndundu Esha kitemo ubewinjire kude I Kitgum utie na I Kitgum Municipality ngati mudaro pinikado utie Honorable Onekalit Amere makai jandundu ke I Achua West obnangire ni ngati mudaro pinikado utie Honorable Simon Peter Oriem Kindeman wabe winjo adwogi mube ai I Achua East mutie constituency ngati mudaro pinikado ni doko jaratela mube shimondo I ot mokushik I oru elifu ario kupiera rio wi abisiel mabishi do medire paka I ora bish mube binu I dukore utie Honorable Okoya John Calvin make dako mudaro pinimondo manyinge nwangire ni enre me daro pinikado ni doko jaratela I ot mokushik utie Honorable Lillian Aber Stephen Uwashonia I Gulu City I Bardege Laibi County obunwangire nia Honorable Mapenduzi Ujara Remadong odaro pinikado Ndundu Esha ke dako chido ipache laro obenwangire nia County majudo junyobu manyien Esha ngati mudaro pinikado iye utie Honorable Norbert Mao Egamewe kwango emi wa update munge muba ai Iomoro District ubenwangire ni jadit mudaro bini district ubewinjire kumai nia Inuoya county ngati mudaro pinikado utie Honorable Opio Dennis manke Inuoya east mutie mayori retu utie Honorable Okelo Joffrey dako mukado nidako jaratela iot mukushik mi oru elifu ario kupiera rio yabusiel utie Honorable Christine Lanyero ndundu esha kite mabu winjira kode ikitgum utie na ikitgum municipality ngati mudaro pinikado utie Honorable Onekalit Amere makai jandundu ke iachua west obnangira ni ngati mudaro pinikado utie Honorable Simon Peter Oriem kindeman wabe winjo aduogi muba ai iachua east mutie constituency ngati mudaro pinikado ni doko jaratela mube shimondo i ot mokushik i oru elifu ario kupiera rio wiabusiel mabishi do medire paka i ora bish mube binu i dukore utie Honorable Okoya John Calvin make dako mudaro pinimondo manyinge nuangirenia enre me daro pinikado ni doko jaratela i ot mokushik utie Honorable Lillian Aber Stephen Uwashonia Igulu City Ibardege Laibi County obunangirania Honorable Mapenduzi Ujara Remadong Odaro Pinikado ndundu eshake dako muai mudaru nikado ni doko jaratela Igulu City utie Honorable Betty Aol Achan munge ka ndundu eshaka wotu washido ipache laro obenwangirania County majudo junyobu manyien esha ngati mudaro pinikado iye utie Honorable Norbert Mao egamewe kwango emi wa update munge muba ai Iomoro district ubenwangirenia jadit mudaro pinikado ni doko jaratela i otmokoshik utie Honorable Ojok Andrew Olanya mutie ipati Minarama muba ai Kudumoro County Itochi County ke jadid mudaro pinikado utie nyoke jaratela mudaro pinikado utie Honorable Okot Peter NAI ipati Mida Pa dako mudaro pinikado muba ai kode i Omoro district mubedu shalo jaratela mu ai itenge pawi yorimon utie Honorable Lamwaka Catherine NAI ipati Minarama Iamuru district ubenwangirenia ikilak south man kokilak north utie kilak mayo malo man kokilak mayo piny report madong wadaro pininwango utie nia ngati mu ai ikilak mayo piny utie jadit Honorable Olanya Gilbert NAI ifa da cha mu ai ikilak mayo malo ngati mudaro pinikado utie Akol Anthony NAI ina rama daku mabishungu Sharod jaratela i ot mokushik i oru elifu ario kupiera rewe bisel ni tush i ora bish mube binu iwange utie Honorable Akelo Lucy NAI ifa dacha washi dundundu eni ila mo mondo i ot makushik i oru elifu ario kupiera rio ko oru elifario ko pirario wiya bosiel make obenwangnia lembe mube ai ibajarat wok mwa mube ai ko di Gulu City manyingetie Stephen Okello obewashu iwania Gulu City lembe dong ashelaria dek washako be winjo adwogine padano jorotela mi ot moko shik moshako bedoni dwogo Gulu City makawaneno Iaswa County ngati mudaro pinikado utie Honorable Onguti Christopher madako ke mudaro pinikado mubeshi bedu jaratela ot moko shik mirelif oru elifu ario ko pirario wiya bosiel utie Honorable Ayo Phoebe Janet Oboy Ndundu Esha Inwoya District ubewinjire kumai nia Inwoya County ngati mudaro pinikado utie Honorable Opio Dennis manke Inwoya East mutie Mayori Retu utie Honorable Okello Geoffrey dako mukado nidako jaratela ot mukushik mi oru elifu ario kupiera rio ya busiel utie Honorable Christine Lanyero Ndundu Esha kitemo ubewinjire kode Ikitgum utie na Ikitgum Municipality ngati mudaro pinikado utie Honorable Onekalit Amere makai jandundu ke Iachwa West obunangira ni ngati mudaro pinikado utie Honorable Simon Peter Oriem Kindeman wabe winjo adwogi mube ai Iachwa East mutie constituency ngati mudaro pinikado ni doko jaratela mube shimondo ot mokushik oru elifu ario kupiera rio wiya busiel mabishi do medire paka ora bish mube binu dukore utie Honorable Okoya John Calvin make dako mudaro pinimondo manyinge nwangirenia enre medaro pinikado ni doko jaratela ot mokushik utie Honorable Lillian Aber Stephen Uwashonia